Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, This is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Imagine taking control of your financial future and navigating the world of cryptocurrency with confidence. At Blockchain Queen LLC, we're here to make it happen. Founded by Tanya Lawrence, the Blockchain Queen, we simplify blockchain technology and cryptocurrency for everyone, no matter where you're starting from. Our easy-to-follow courses, live expert sessions, and premium resources give you all the tools you need to succeed, from Bitcoin basics to advanced portfolio strategies. But we're more than just a platform. We're a community. Whether you're learning or teaching, Blockchain Queen LLC empowers you to grow while connecting with like-minded innovators. Want to make an even bigger impact? Join our Brand Ambassador program. Share your passion for crypto, inspire others, and earn rewards while building your personal brand. The future of finance starts here. Visit www.tanyalawrence.net to sign up and join the movement. Blockchain Queen LLC, empowering you to own the future. Your journey starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for...
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and they talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, Number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMET, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success, and you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dionysia. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are with Edward L. Fairley. Meet Edward L. Fairley, founder and CEO of No Love, Inc., relationship strategist, podcast host, and creator of the No Love board game simulation. With over 20 years of marriage and a deep passion for transforming how we connect, Edward brings fresh, research-based insights to relationship coaching. He's the author of the Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ and host of the No Love podcast, where he breaks down love, communication, and connection in real relatable ways. For Edward, love isn't just a feeling, it's a strategy for success. I present to you Edward L. Fairley.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing very well, and yourself?
I'm great. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you for joining us. It's common, and I'll see you. So, to open the conversation, we talk about understanding the connection. Do you have anything that you want to share on that?
No, I think when we go into this topic, it's gonna get real, and we'll probably pivot and let's let it organically happen. Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, so for starters, you emphasize the importance of love in business. Why do you believe personal and professional relationships are so important?
I think they're the same thing. I don't think they're different. And actually, it throws me off when people think that they're different. I'll give an example. If you were to go to a funeral, those who speak about the person, they typically are colleagues, they're typically family members, they're typically those who they speak to or communicate with often. And the essence of that person that they're speaking to or about, they're the same. People nod their heads, they laugh about the same jokes about the person because that was brought into all of those respective spaces. So that person in business or in personal, the essence of them, their default setting, ultimately is going to be the same. That doesn't change. You still with me?
Okay. So for my next question, how do unresolved emotional issues show up in a person's business or professional life?
That's a good question. So, unresolved emotional issues influence the way in which you respond to life. You actually move from the lens of your personal life. What you consume is what comes out of you. So what you have going on in your personal life is just going to be a direct reflection of how you look through the lens of your life. So at work, if you're seeing things in a negative light, you'll receive things negatively. If you're looking at things from a loving light, you'll be able to, or you will receive things from a loving lens, which in turn, it actually causes you to respond according to how you are internalizing in filtering the information that you're receiving. So that's how emotional issues show up in your personal business. So if you have a lot of trauma, or if you're looking through the lens of trauma, everything is going to be traumatic. So you need to resolve that so that you're not feeling attacked, especially when you're not being attacked.
Right. That's some good information. What are some common ways entrepreneurs and business leaders sabotage their success due to relationship struggle?
Um, so your relationship struggles are the fruit of your relationship with yourself. So how you sabotage that is by bringing your, what's the word I want to use? Your insecurities, your issues, your low self-esteem, you bring that to the table, which in turn that actually sabotages your success. And it drastically causes issues with relationships and even your business model, how you approach it.
Okay. Can a lack of love and emotional fulfillment in your personal life impact decision making in business?
Most certainly. So the lack of love and emotional fulfillment drastically impacts decision making. We can take it as far as self-worth. If you don't feel self-worth, or if you don't feel valued, your product, you won't even be able to add value to your product. Your pricing will be way off. I can't charge them that. I can't put the part that there because you don't feel your worth or your value. So because of that, that translates to how your products are, how they look, how you present your business, your brand in itself. So if you lack value, that will be what your company lacks.
And see, I've heard that comment from so many of my colleagues.
That's
Is
awesome.
when they talk about price, they're not comfortable charging what their service is worth, and then in the end they feel jaded or like have a negative attitude towards the service or product that they're offering because they know they're not getting what they're worth, but they won't ask for it. So thank you for
Oh, wow.
sharing. What are some key I'm sorry, let me get myself together. What are some key traits that make someone great in both business and their personal relations?
Key traits that make someone great at both business and personal relationships is effective communication.
Okay.
So, and there's, it's kind of, effective communication is threefold. One is having a vocabulary. A lot of people don't have a vocabulary. So if vocabulary is the bridge to get your thought across and you don't have enough words to do that, then you can't communicate a thought. So I'll say part A of that same thing is people not having the accurate definition of the actual word that they are trying to use. So in their mind, they're thinking they're saying something. The other person is receiving it based off the proper definition. And then they get upset because they're not responding according to what they thought they said when the definition does not align with what it is that they're trying to say. So vocabulary in itself, that's twofold. Then you have gender bias. oftentimes we assume that because it's a woman or a man that they're going to respond according to their gender, which in turn prevents them from communicating certain things because we assume that they're going to respond a certain way based off of their gender. That causes poor communication, as opposed to looking at that person as an individual and then just speaking to them according to what your thoughts are or feelings are, and not trying to filter it because they are what you assume a gender to be, or how a gender is going to respond. And then there's their last one that's going to probably take most people that hear this aback, is this assumption of this thing called common sense. So let's unpack the phrase common sense. So that means it's a common way of thinking. Yet your way of thinking is a result of your environmental experience, your personal experience, your education, and your family. And then through all of that, how you learn. You could be an auditory learner, you could be a verbal learner. You could be a visual learner, you could be a kinesthetic learner. So how you process, and then your critical thinking allows for you to come to certain conclusions. So with all that, we have this assumption that there's something called common sense when we don't even have the same common experiences. Right. And then we get upset with people assuming that they should have had the same conclusion as us, and we call it common sense, which is just our way of saying that does not need to be communicated or expressed because they know better. And then you feel disrespected or like someone just ignored your feeling because you assumed something was common sense when you had an opportunity to express what you thought was to be and see if that was really how it was interpreted. So effective communication is drastic. And probably one of the best, if not the best way of, or trait rather, that's great for both business and personal relationship.
So you mentioned 3 in the beginning of that answer, but I think technically there's 4. So there's communication, vocabulary, gender roles, and common sense. Now that common sense is a big one. That is a big one. That describes so many conversations that can get out of hand, like for no reason. It goes all the way left real quick.
Think about it like this. What you think people know, you don't talk about. If you assume that they already know this, you won't speak about it. It's an unknown understanding or what have you. So you don't take the time to what I call inspect what you expect through the exchange. So when you think they know, there's no need to discuss that because they know. And that's how the whole gender thing happens. Or as I shared and went a little step further, the whole common sense thing comes into pass. So I remember when I was younger and we had someone from the West Coast, South Central to be exact. He came and visited us in Virginia. And it was either a week or 2 prior to the 4th of July. And we were outside, we were playing, and then someone set off some firecrackers. And this young man dove face first into some bushes. And we looked at him like he was crazy. We're all young. We laughed at him. What is wrong with you? It's just some firecrackers. We're getting close to 4th of July. People are popping off firecrackers. But to him, so common sense would tell you it's just firecrackers. It's almost 4th of July. But he's from South Central. Pop, pop, pop to him. If we were in South Central, common sense would tell us to dive into the bushes and get low to avoid being hit by a stray bullet. So common sense one place could be something that's totally different in another place because of how your environment, how you learned, the culture and things of that nature. So again, things that we don't or we assume are understood, we don't discuss. So if you think certain things are common sense, there's so many things that are not being discussed, which leads you to feeling like you're being disrespected if they don't respond the way that you assume that they would because of what you know. I just know she or he knew that.
That was a great analogy.
Thank you.
So, how can business leaders cultivate emotional intelligence to strengthen both professional and personal relationships?
It's a great question. So, by paying attention to their feelings, not trusting them, paying attention to and acknowledging their feelings to understand where they are in that moment. So that they can acknowledge a component that is trying to influence their decision making. So when you have that feeling, it is basically letting you know how you're processing that information. Feelings aren't facts, so you should acknowledge them, point it out, say that this is the feeling, and then from there you can kind of process as to whether that's a accurate feeling, whether that is coming from something that has nothing to do with what's actually at stake. And then from there, you can actually make better choices and also investigate, well, why did that trigger me? And then you can assess it better.
Okay. What's one relationship habit that can immediately improve communication in business?
So there's not really an answer to that question. And I'm going to tell you why. Because all habits are formed as a result of external experience that cause an internal emotional conclusion. So we created a habit based off of that. And we've already discussed that those habits or responses or common sense are a result of us taking information that's external and deciding that something is based off of that information. And because not everyone does that the same way, that's the reason why that doesn't have an answer to it, because everyone is an individual. But I can share some bad habits that actually can cause issues to communication in business and personal and in business. And that is that we typically by default do not conclude that the person is doing stuff from a place of love. So because of that, we gather our information from a place of them trying to hurt us or disrespect us, as opposed to if we started from love, we could possibly find out, wow, their meaning, their intent behind this is not bad. And then we can move our way from that to saying, okay, well, maybe their intent is bad, but now I can ask a follow-up question to see and get clarity to see where I'm missing this. But my expectation is that this person is not intentionally trying to harm or hurt or disrespect me.
Okay, well, I think that answer is a great segue to the next question. What role does trust play in both love and business, and how can leaders build more of it?
Great question. Okay, so as far as the role that trust plays in both love and business is it helps with intimacy. Intimacy is just another way of saying transparency. When you trust someone, you're willing to share your most intimate thoughts and feelings and emotions as it pertains to just life in general. But I think getting to a place where you can trust yourself is more important than making trust a determining factor as to whether you go into business with someone or even going into a relationship with someone. And the reason why I say that is because I cannot trust you with money, but that doesn't mean I don't trust you in general. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, and if you're in a relationship, there are going to be moments where they're going to make you feel like you can't trust them. And you have to be able to compartmentalize that and say, okay, it's this thing, as we just discussed, finances that I can't trust him or her with, but that does not make them a untrustworthy person. So that's why I say you should not make trust a determining factor as to whether I go into business with this person or if I should be in a personal relationship with them.
Okay. That was very eye-opening.
Okay. All right.
Eye-opening. So, how do boundaries help entrepreneurs and professionals create better balance between love and work?
Mhm. All right. So boundaries and love go hand in hand. If you show me a person who loves themselves or their self rather, I will show you a person with boundaries. If you show me a person who does not love themselves, I will show you a person that has no boundaries.
Oh, wow.
So when you have love of self, there you have morals, principles, and values that you will not veer from, which makes life easier because you are now determining whether this person aligns with that or not. It actually removes the person out of the equation and allows for you to make simpler decisions because your way of living and your way of thought and decision making are based off of these principles, not off of the people that are in the situation. So that's why boundaries are, because they are an indicator that you have found love with yourself. If you don't have it, you're just moving according to people who influence your thought based off of their relationship, which has nothing to do with where you're headed, where you're going, and what your true beliefs are.
Wow, that's awesome. Very profound.
Okay.
Can you share a time when a personal relationship helped or hurt your business growth?
Share time when personal. So I have a very unorthodox way of doing relationship coaching, be it single persons or couples or married people. And I allow for them to come to my home, nothing necessarily scheduled. If I'm available, they can come. And the reason why I do that kind of goes back to what we discussed earlier. It allows for them to trust what it is that I tell them about love. I don't have a chance to fix things or dress it up if you can just stop by at any time, or try to get my family to gather themselves because we're about to have company if you can just pop up. And the reason why I do that is because I'm not a hypocrite. What I teach is what I do and who I am. And the fruit of it follows. So I say all that to say, I had a single client who opted to just spend the weekend with us. And it was midweek. She said, "Hey, I'm gonna spend if you don't mind, can I spend the night?" Sure can. My office has a bed and everything to where that will be the guest room. She came and she just sat and observed. I didn't change my plans. I'm like, "Hey, you can come, but this is my grocery shopping day. I'll be cooking and doing all this, whatever. You can come along." So she joined me going to the grocery store. She joined me and my daughter, but came back home. She watched me cook, interact with my family. We ate, talked, then she spent some time with my children. They watched a few movies while I still had my other things that are my must-dos or must-haves. And with that interaction and her concluding that, hey, this is past a relationship type thing. This literally translates to his house, how he interacts with when he does business, his children, his wife, all of that. This is not something that he turns on and turns off. This is who he is, which bleeds over to his lifestyle, to where she had an epiphany and said, you know what? Now, she worked for NASA at that time. She said, I need you, because they were having issues with the camaraderie between management and the employees, and they needed to resolve it. It was really, really bad. So she had me change the verbiage of my relationship stuff to make it more corporate so that she could hire me to get into NASA to assist them with their issues, because they're not anything different. Wow. They are the same. It's just how we package it as to whether it. I put it to you like this: it's a difference between being smart and intelligent. Smart person will learn from a book or learn science or what have you, and they will learn that information to pass a test, to pass this science test. An intelligent person will say, okay, I learned this, but this is more than just this. This actually is life, and they're able to correlate it with things past just compartmentalizing it to that one subject matter and making it work. So that is all this is, and that's what we're discussing and unpacking right now, how I can talk about relationship all day, but I see it in every single thing, and that's what it is. Wow. So that's how a personal thing ended up helping in business.
That's amazing. And that had to have been an amazing opportunity.
My mother reminds me of it all the time. Did you tell him that you worked at NASA? Did you tell him? That's her go-to. Get it, son. Good job. But did you tell him that you taught at NASA? I'm like, Mom. So yes.
Awesome. And I think there's such pressure to separate personal relationship and business to where you almost feel like
Did you feel like I missed that last part?
You almost feel like you have to be two different people.
Most certainly. Oh yeah.
There needs to be such separation that you feel like you have to be two different people, and in time you can feel like you're losing your authenticity.
There you go.
So thank you for sharing that. Which leads to, what is the biggest misconception about balancing love and business?
You just said it. That they're two different things. That you got to be one thing and another. And my question to you with that is, if you think that is true, which one is you? If you think that when I go to work, I'm this, and when I come home, I'm this. When I go to the synagogue or the church or whatever, I'm this. If you have all of these masks, which one is you? Which one is your true, authentic self? And I can guarantee you, a person with all these masks is frustrated in multiple areas because there's only one or a few places that they're going to be able to find that they can be themselves. Right. And all of these other relationships are fake. They're not even real. Nor do you know whether you're truly chosen, and even worse, whether you're really loved. Because all those persons are attracted to the fictitious person that you actually presented. So now you're still in a relationship and you don't know if you've been seen, if you've been heard, and you've been accepted. The best thing to do is be yourself at all times, because that will repel those who are not for you and will attract those who are for you.
That's awesome. What are some of the common reasons that people find that difficult to do?
It's a great question. So they think that love is weak. And even more importantly, they think that love is emotion. And it's not. Love has zero to do with emotion. True love, in its essence, in its core, is mental. I'll say it like this. So if love is patience, love is kind, love does not boast, those are not things. The opposite are emotional things. You get frustrated and you're unkind. You have to be frustrated and think, that's not how I need to act right now in order for you to be kind. The opposite is emotion, is moving in emotion. To act in love, it actually is counter to actually feeling. And it allows for you to look at things objectively so that you can find opportunity to take advantage of. Emotion does not give you that. So we will try to shy away from feeling vulnerable or being vulnerable, which that's a superpower. We'll probably get into that sooner or later. So we'll keep and hoard what we think is a weakness and miss out on so many opportunities. But that's the reason why.
Okay. Bye. No. I'd like to thank you for coming and sharing so much. Man, there's so many questions I have after this.
Okay.
It's blowing me away.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you for sharing your expertise. Can you share ways that you can get in contact with you? Someone would like a session or to learn more about you have a website?
So yeah, my website is www.knownloveinc.com. That's KNOW, loveinc.com. That is my website. So you can kind of see what it is that I do or specialize in. I have there's the No Love podcast. Again, anytime I say no and love together, I'm saying KNOW, love, back to me saying that love is not a actual feeling or emotion. It's definitely intellect and from your mind, not necessarily your emotions. So that is a way you can find me at Edward LeVar. That's what the L stands for, like LeVar Burton, LEVAR, Fairley on Facebook. I'm Edward Fairley on LinkedIn. So you can Google me and I definitely am easily found.
Hi, Mr. Fairley. Mr. Fairley or Dr. Fairley?
No, it's Mr. Fairley. I'm not a doctor. Doctors endorse my stuff, but I'm not a doctor yet.
Okay. I'm sorry, I may have jumped the gun earlier. I was informed we have time for just a few more.
Oh, I'm for it. Yes, let's go.
Okay. Are certain love languages more beneficial for business leaders to understand and apply?
Not at all. To suggest that one is better than the other is to force you to try to use that as a tool. And if I say the hammer is the best tool, you're going to try to make everything a nail. So you should try your best to be at least educated in all so that you can identify them and see where they benefit you in a respective situation. But not one has been more beneficial than the other at all.
Okay. In your experience, do leaders who lead with heart outperform those who lead with strategy alone?
All right. So that has to be, I got to give context to this.
Okay.
So the heart is great to use as an indicator, but it's terrible to use as a decision maker. So I can't say one is better than the other, because if you're using your heart, then you could be easily deceived. But you should use your heart because it's an indicator. It says, okay, right now I'm possibly being influenced in my decision making based off of what my heart is telling me. But your heart could be wrong because your heart could be filtered through, as I shared earlier, insecurities, your life lessons, your environment, which you're consuming on a daily basis. So that could be wrong. Feelings aren't facts. So I can't stress that enough. Feelings are not facts. That's just how you feel about a specific thing. And that, without the proper investigation or the proper amount of whys to figure out why you feel that way, you could really be making a poor choice, a poor decision with that information. So as you can see, in order for you, you got to acknowledge the feeling, say that made me upset, say that made me mad, say that made me feel nice or what have you. And then from there, you have to move from your heart to your head to strategize on how to maneuver So it's not one is better than the other. It's someone who has the ability to use them all to their advantage. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Basically, you need a little bit of both to be an effective leader.
Well said. I wish I said it that way. I probably would have saved it some time.
Okay, so what's your advice for someone facing heartbreak or relationship struggle while running a business?
Heartbreak or relationship struggle while running the business. I say first, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd say congratulations.
On what?
Because something has come to surface that you have to deal with. If you have issues in any kind of relationship, more than likely when it comes to the surface, that is just a result of something that's been simmering or hidden for a long period of time. Okay. So when it comes to a head, you can actually deal with it because more than likely you've been blind all this time to it, to where you weren't able to resolve it, to where it festered and blew up to where it was. So now you have an opportunity. You can see it for what it is and move accordingly. And you also could learn that you were in bed, for lack of a better term, with someone you had no business being in bed with in the first place. Yeah. But don't get so caught up in your emotions that you miss out on the opportunities that situation has presented you. And that's oftentimes what happens. And that's what I mean by love. It's not emotional. It's mental. And so you should definitely feel, which is it's not love. It's just a feeling. It's an indicator. It's something that lets you know something's going on. But you really have to move from your heart to your head so you can really analyze that. So if you can resolve it, you have proven that you have the ability to resolve that and whatever you have at work. So that's why I say congratulations, because now you have an opportunity to show that your abilities are more than just the boardroom or more than just your relationship. Because if you can conquer that, you too can conquer the actual business issues that you're going to have. They're inevitable. So you have to get good at resolving conflict.
So I think we have time for just one more question.
Okay.
Make it a good one. What's one small step people can take today to ensure they are nurturing both their business and their personal relationships with equal care?
Doing whatever they can to fall in love with themselves.
Oh.
If love literally conquers all, when you love yourself, everything is an opportunity. Even insults are an opportunity. So I'll give you a good example. So I was building something in business, and we had someone who was he was lazy. It was apparent that he was lazy, and my team brought it to me. We're in the building phase of it, and he was lazy, trying to get out of work and things of that nature. And they're like, we need to get rid of him. I said, that is correct. We do need to get rid of him, but it's too early to get rid of him. And they're like, what do you mean? How can it be too early to get rid of a lazy person? I said, okay. One thing I know about lazy people, again, I'm not in my feelings. I'm in my mind. One thing I know about lazy people they're going to try to do things the easiest way. They're going to prevent themselves from taking a long route. This man who is lazy is going to expose all the unnecessary things that we have system-wise in our business because he's lazy. If he can get the job done without actually doing all the things that we have in store or set up in our systems to get the job done, he's going to figure that out. That is an asset that I'm going to utilize properly to get me where we need us to be. And then we will transition. But right now, it's too early. because I need his lazy self here so he can expose all of the unnecessary stuff that we have. You know how many successful businesses were successful and then a recession came or economic issue came into play? Then they had to get rid of all of these departments, but yet this business was able to sustain itself after they got rid of all these departments. That means that they did not need all those departments to run the business, and they could have been running lean all that time. But because times got hard, their imagination came and they started realizing that they were just throwing money because they had it at things that were unnecessary, which allowed for them to run their business more lean. I'd rather a lazy person do that for me. They're going to find the lean things and I'll take advantage of it. Again, not getting frustrated. So again, they were offended at his laziness. I was able to use my mind to realize the benefit of his laziness, use it to my advantage, and then we pivoted after that. But you can't do that when you're so caught up in your feelings and trying to be getting upset about being attacked or being disrespected or what have you. You'll miss out on opportunities that are given to you. So if you can fall in love with yourself, for one, you will pick the right people because you won't tolerate anything less. You will be intentional about how you do things, which means you have, instead of picking people based off of how you feel about them, you'll be picking people based off of your morals, principles, and values. Again, trust has nothing to do with that. It allows for you to make decisions that are beneficial to your business. It's so funny. People ask me, well, they ask me a question, I'll give them the answer. Well, what if it was your mother? I'm like, the answer stands. What if it was your daughter? The answer stands. What if it was your wife? It stands. Because I don't make decisions based off a person. I make decisions off of morals, principles, and values, which makes life easy to do. So I'll put a period right there because I'll go off on a tangent and go way over time. But loving yourself is probably the most important step that you can do because it makes things easier and your ability to maneuver easier.
Well, Mr. Fairley, I'd like to thank you so much for coming. It was amazing. I look forward to visiting your website myself because I've learned so much just in this conversation.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I appreciate
it. Website one more time where people can find you.
www.knowloveinc.com. That's KNOWLOVEINC.com, or Edward LeVar Fairley on Facebook, or Edward Fairley on LinkedIn, and the No Love Podcast on YouTube.
Thank you so much. Well, this is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Take care.
Have a great one. All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or 412 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations, Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you gotta hear.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. Rock the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dionysia. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will have a fireside chat with Nikki Curry. Nikki Curry is an award-winning brand visibility and public relations strategist who uses high-level visibility and publicity strategies for hundreds of entrepreneurs, business owners, speakers, and leaders worldwide. Nikki is dedicated to amplifying the voices of the underestimated movers and shakers in the world. Nikki is recognized for her strategic leadership abilities and insights. Her clients have been featured in Black Enterprise, MSN, Bloomberg, Yahoo Finance, and other national news media outlets such as ABC, NBC, and CBS, as well as nationally syndicated radio shows and podcasts such as iHeartRadio, the Social Proof Podcast, the Money Making Conversations featuring Russian McDonald. As the principal owner of the Image Brand Company, LLC, and Nikki Curry Media Divisions for over 20 years, she has mastered result-driven publicity. She uses proven high-level visibility and publicity strategies to help clients who feel obscure, inadequate, unknown, and unseen in their chosen industries. I present to you Nikki Curry.
Hello, beautiful. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. And yourself?
I am good. Thank you for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. Genius
Absolutely.
is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
So, let's start the conversation. There is a cost of being underestimated in business and leadership. How does being underestimated as a Black business owner or leader impact opportunities for funding, partnerships, and growth?
All of the above. When you're underestimated, that means that they don't see you coming. They don't know you even exist, more or less see you coming. It limits access. Investors may see you as a risky investment. Partners may assume that you're not ready. Clients may undervalue your services. So the key is to position yourself as an undeniable force. The bottom line is visibility changes perception, and perception is everything. You can't control how a person perceives you, but you can control what you put out there. So that's my answer to that. And I hope it makes sense.
Awesome. What are some of the ways underestimation has shown up in your career and business journey?
Well, that's how much time do you have? No, I'm joking. I teach this because it's so important. And so many of us, especially in the Black community, we are underestimated. We have that perceived value that we are not enough. People assume that you're less experienced, you're not qualified, you're not ready, you don't have the receipts. But the thing that happens, the shift happens when you start showcasing your expertise, when you start showing your receipts, when you start showing, hey, I got this, I got the results, I have the documentation. This is more than just my work. This is the outcome. These are the outcomes that I provided. As a matter of fact, let me tell you a quick story if we have a minute. Let me tell you a quick story.
Go ahead.
Not too long ago, I'm just going to say not too long ago, I was working with a well-known 7-figure earner, multi-millionaire, pretty much well-known. You have seen him on CNN. You've seen him on Squawk Box. You've seen him on CBS, all of this kind of stuff. So I booked him because I'm a talent booker as well for speakers. I work with speakers all over the world. But I booked him for a conference, and he came and he spoke. And I was one of the first faces that he saw once he got to the airport. And we just had this great conversation. We have some mutual friends and all of that good stuff. So long story short, he actually talked about me while he was on stage, how hard I work and all the information. He's like, okay, she's in public relations. I love what she said about this. She has a lot of experience. As a matter of fact, Nikki Curry, I want you to call my agent. I want you all to call my agent on Tuesday. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to have a conversation about you working with me. A conversation about you working with me and my team. Yeah. Did you hear that? He said this in front of hundreds of people, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. This is awesome. This is awesome. Fast forward, I had the conversation with his agent, with his manager. She says to me, well, before we got on this call, I did some vetting, which I understand that people vet me all the time. They vet me before they work with my clients. I get it. So she says, I had a conversation. I mean, I did some vetting, did some research on you and about the work that you've done. Yeah, you've done a lot of work. You've done a lot of work. And I get it. I see why he wants to work with you, add you to the team. She says, but the only problem is that it seems like you've done a lot of work in your local area. I said, is that right? She said, yeah, you've done a lot of work in your local area, but I don't see much in other areas. So, you know, Danisha, I had to lay it on her, right? I had to dig down into the toolbox and say, hold up, wait a minute. You know, what you're seeing in those places that you've searched, yes, that's true. I said, but what about when I did work for this person and I did work for that person? Here are the receipts. Let me send that to you in a text message. By the time we got off that phone, off that call, she was like, wow. See, I don't talk about it. I am about it. And that's not bragging. It's not boasting, but it's a fact. I've done work with a whole lot of people. But when I sat back and thought about it, it's not her fault that she didn't see my expertise. It's not her fault. I can't blame her. It's me. If I'm not putting myself out there in a way where my visibility is shown and it's not questioned, then it's something I have to do. I have more work to do. Right. So that was a teachable moment for me. And now I use that story and that scenario as a case study for myself and my clients because it taught me something. You got to do more than just say, oh, yeah, I did the work behind the scenes. But if no one knows that you've done the work, and because I'm like that, I don't need all the rah and the pep rallies and all that stuff. I'm just going to get the work done. I've been doing this for decades. So I'm just going to get the work done, right? But that taught me a lesson as a business owner. If I want to attract more people like this person, like this gentleman that wanted me to work with him, I got to put myself out there in a bigger way too. So I need to talk my talk and walk my walk.
Okay. Do you mind sharing how you achieved that? Like maybe one of the things you did to achieve that.
One of the things I did to achieve that was to post my work in other places where people like her vet speakers and public relations professionals like myself, like LexisNexis. Most people don't understand. People like me and her and other professionals, we check in different places besides Google. Okay. We check. Yeah, we do referrals. We do, man, especially when it comes to like speaking, media opportunities, you know, working on certain projects and stuff. We do our due diligence. We go deep. There are certain groups that I can check into with other professionals. Say, hey, tell me about this person. What do you know about them? So what I'm saying to you is to raise your visibility, and it takes time. It takes time. Go where your audience is going. Document your stuff. Share your case studies. Post on social media while it's free. Do more than just the average stuff. Put your stuff out there. Let people know that you exist. Let people know that you have the goods. And so that you can change that from being an advisor to an authority in your industry. Does that answer your question?
It does. And what it brings to mind is just like where you place your business in a brick and mortar type situation, in the digital space, I still hear location, location, location.
Right. Right. Right.
So, in what ways have you seen underestimation affect the ability to scale a business or secure high-level leadership roles?
Ooh. I think that, again, it goes back to that story I just told you. If people think you're too local or you're not ready, they won't invest in your growth. The scaling starts with you showing up differently, bigger stages, bigger partnerships, bigger voices. In other words, do those things that scare you. Go to the challenges, do some of those challenges and things like that. Do those things that make you go, whoo, I don't know if I'm ready for that. Do them anyway. Do them afraid. So I have another story for you, if you don't mind me sharing it. This is the reverse of what I just told you. We call this the receipt rules. So there's a client. She's a client now. She asked me about working with her. But let me tell you a little bit about this client. She is global. She is truly global in different countries. She's spoken all over the world. She has clients all over the world. She's been on every stage you can think of, all the major stages with Eric Thomas, the E.T., the hip hop preacher. She's been on stages with Les Brown, everyone you can think of, right? But guess what? She admitted to me, I am known all over the world, but I'm not known in my own backyard. See, the receipts rule. You got to have these receipts in order to get people to buy into what you're doing. You got to get people to know, oh, she's known for that, or he's known for this. It's important. It's a little tricky game, but you have to figure out or decide, what do I want to be known for? And whom do I want to be known by? So her major problem was, Nikki, I want to do some big events in your area, in our area. I want to do some big stuff here, but no one really knows me here. How can I overcome this? So that's a challenge right there itself. People only buy or believe in who they trust. They gotta know you. They gotta trust you. They gotta be willing to give you their credit card, all that good stuff. So, but yeah, I'm not gonna fill you up with too many stories today, but I'm a storyteller by nature. I can't help it.
No, I love it when people can paint a picture. It makes it easier to digest. So
yes.
How do Black professionals and entrepreneurs unintentionally shrink themselves in spaces where they aren't fully valued?
Okay, you're gonna make me start stepping on toes here. We have this, and I hate to pick on my people, but I'm just gonna tell the truth and shame the devil here. But we have this conditioning that we've been through where we are waiting on permission. We're waiting on someone to say, okay, green light. We can't afford to do that anymore. It's costing us. It's costing us big time. The permission is granted. The permission is really granted. We have to go ahead and step out there, stop playing small. We got to start speaking up. We got to start owning our expertise unapologetically. We can't say, oh, I know I have the goods, and then we sit on the sidelines and watch everybody else do what we know we're called to do. We just can't keep doing it. And as Black professionals, I don't know, I don't want to say it's the slave mentality, but sometimes we fall in that rut of, I'll let everybody else do it, and then I'll just sit back and watch. We can't do that. We can no longer afford to do that. We just can't.
We wait to see if somebody else can succeed at that thing before we believe we can succeed at that thing.
That's it. You know, the 80-20 rule applies here too. 80% of the stuff that we do will probably fail, but it's that 20% that gets us to jump off the porch. That 20% will make a difference. And that's all we need to do. I'd rather try and fail than not to try at all. You know what I mean? I really do. And I've made some blunders in my life, believe me. But some of the outcomes that I've created with the help of my team or with the help of others, they're history making.
Yeah. All the failures was worth it to get to
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So how does the work twice as hard mindset help or hurt Black professionals navigating visibility and authority?
Short answer, it helps with discipline.
Oh, wow.
It helps with discipline. That's the short answer to that. But it also can keep you in the shadows, right? Instead of working twice as hard, work twice as strategically. Be strategic about your work. Be seen, be heard, be undeniable. Go for it. People are going to talk about you. They're going to say this. They're going to criticize you. They're going to be hypocrites. They're going to find something wrong with what you're doing. And like someone told me 20-some years ago, Nikki Curry, you worried about this person saying this and why you're wondering why she said that and why does she think that way? He told me, entrepreneur of 20-something years, he said, if no one is talking about you, you ain't doing enough. You ain't doing nothing. So I learned from that day forward, step forward, no matter what they say, no matter how many times they try to stop you. You fall down, but you get back up. Fall down, get back up again. You're even stronger. And I'm still standing.
Awesome stuff. Okay. Have Black leaders been overlooked for speaking engagements, media opportunities, or investment? How did they turn it around?
Ooh, this is a sensitive subject and a good question for me because I'm always rallying about, I work for a lot of speakers, and I think that's one of the best ways to get your message heard. That's one of the best ways to raise your visibility factor. But a lot of times we're so worried about how many other people are in that same space. There are 100 million gazillion speakers out here. Yes, it is. But there's only one you, Ms. Barnes. There's only one you. There's only one Nikki Curry, right? So what we have to do is stop waiting and build your own platforms. If they ain't hiring you to speak, you speak anyway. You find a place to speak online, at the library, on the corner, whatever you got to do. Because I know a lot of people have done that. They've created their speaking careers in the projects, on the street corner. Wall Street Trapper, I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He has done that. Eric Thomas, the hip hop preacher, he used to go around to different places and just speak to the people. No fee, none of that, just speaking to the people. If they don't hire you for their stages as a speaker, create your own stage. Okay? How many times we've seen Beyonce? How many times does Beyonce wait for someone to hire her? You know what I mean? She's putting out albums, she's doing shows, she's doing this. It's called the Beyonce effect. Build your own stage. Build your own stage. Stop waiting for people to hire you or to bring you in. We don't do forced connections. We don't do forced relationships. We do build relationships before we need them, but we don't force our way onto anyone's stage, room, table, platform. Build your own stage, create your own.
Okay. Well, you are speaking to my spirit right now.
Okay.
You're speaking to my spirit right now. So I have this question. Have you ever had to coach? Have you had to coach someone into the confidence it takes to be more bold in their visibility for their business? And what was that like?
Oh my goodness, yes, almost every time. Now, I've gotten to the place now in my career that you almost have to have certain things in place before you work with me. If you don't have those things in place, I send you to someone that I know that can help you get there. Not that I don't work with people at all levels, because I do. But I've had that situation to happen where, let me say this, that happens every time. That happens every time when I work with someone. But the number one problem I see with people that want to work with me, they know they should be working with me because they want to raise their visibility. I have to do the mindset work first. I have to start there with the mindset, because a lot of times, especially in our community, we don't believe we deserve it. We don't believe we deserve it, right? So I have a young lady that I work with. I gave her, she was in her 60s at the time. And she has always wanted to be a writer. She has always wanted to have her own radio show. She's always wanted to be that professional, that subject matter expert in the health industry, right? But her family members, her sister, her cousin, her husband, everyone told her, you're too old to think about a new career. How are you going to do that? You're too old. Lo and behold, they should have never allowed me to introduce myself to her. But I had to do some mindset work with her. Not only did we get over the visibility blocks, because that's what they are. We don't think we're good enough. We don't think we're ready. We don't think we're qualified. We don't think we are known enough. I can go on and on and on. But once we got through about 3 weeks of mindset work, and I gave her some exercises to do, I put her through some little, I'll call them case studies, some challenges. They're kind of difficult for her. A lot of tears, a lot of, moments of, okay, you can do this. Now, I'm a little bit different than what you see here now. When it comes to working with me behind the scenes, I could come across a little bit differently. in a good way. They call me Mama Bear for a reason because we ain't playing no games out here. We don't have time to waste. And that's why I tell my clients that if you're not ready for this correction, if you're not ready to do the hard stuff and have these hard discussions, I suggest you sit on the sidelines or you go work with someone else. And that's why I know I'm not for everyone. But to end this story, she did everything she wanted to do, and she is still rocking and rolling to this day. And now she's in her 70s. She has her own radio show. She has written for several magazines, including CEO Mom. We have Cynthia Bailey on the cover. She has raised her visibility. She has spoken on many stages. She has increased her awareness around her platform, and she's doing the doggone thing.
That is so encouraging. That's so
Thank
encouraging.
you.
So, what are the first steps to repositioning your brand as an authority in your field?
Well, I think the first steps is you got to get clear on what you want to be known for. You know, I mentioned that earlier. Who do you want to help and what problem you want to solve? You have to define what you want to be known for. And once you figure that piece out, who needs your help, right? And then you start talking and speaking to those people. You have to go where they're hanging out, right? You have to put yourself in front of them. Come up with your testimonials. Do some media work. You know, get out there and speak. Even if no one is hiring you to speak, get out there and speak for free. Put those reps in. People don't want to hire you. And I work with a lot of event planners, meeting planners and stuff like that when it comes to speaking. There are 4 or 5 ways you can get speaking opportunities. But a lot of times if people don't see you as a speaker, you're not claiming yourself as a speaker, they're not going to hire you. So that's why you have to put those reps in. But the first thing you must do is define who you are, because if you don't define you, someone else will.
That's powerful.
Thank you.
So here's the doozy. How can Black professionals shift from being underestimated to being in high demand?
Go where no one else has gone before.
Okay, the path least traveled or something?
Yeah,
like that?
the path of least resistance. Yeah. And see, that's the thing. Again, we're counted out so much, and we fall right into that trap. So, for an example, when I was in corporate America, I came from corporate America. They wouldn't hire me because of my government name. I found out this later. Back in the day, we had fax machines. So my resume came over through a fax machine based on a referral. So I guess the higher ups and the suits, they discussed my credentials and they discussed who I was. So I guess you can tell by my name. My real name is Unica. So you can tell that I'm probably Black or ethnic, that kind of thing, right? Even though my name is Japanese, not African. Anyway, they didn't hire me for the position that I applied for. They hired me for a lower position. I said, okay, here we go, right? Not only did they not hire me for the position that I applied for, which was the highest of the highest, which I was most qualified for, they made me change my name. That's how Nikki came about. Yes. So code switching, I was doing that before I even knew what it really was. But that's okay. So they said, well, because the industry I was working in was predominantly white, 99.9% white males. It is what it is because it was, high level. So they was like, well, we don't think, they're going to understand Unica. So maybe we need to, can we call you Eunice or something close to that? I'm like, I am not a Eunice. I said, okay. Now, this is the first time in years I hadn't been in management, right? So I said, okay, I'm gonna get my money and I'm gonna go home. I'm not being a supervisor because I've been in management since I was 16 years old. And I said, okay, I'm gonna play your game because I'm gonna get your money and I'm gonna go home and do nothing, right? So I said, no, you can't call me Eunice, you can't call me this, you can't call me that. You can call me Nikki. Let's go with Nikki. 2 K's in Nikki and 2 R's in Curry. And I built a brand that 25 years ago. So sometimes you got to play the game to get where you want. You know what I mean? You got to play it, but it not only within the Black community, it is tried amongst women too. Think about it. Sometimes we are discounted, dismissed, least counted, all that good stuff. Like my mama used to say, least counted, you know? So we have to work twice as hard to get half the respect. We do.
I experienced that during my time in the military, being of 2 African-American females in the IT industry.
Wow.
That is 80% white male. And there was probably 2 or 3 other Caucasian females in this class with us. And my entire time in the service, as soon as people saw who I was, like I sound good over the phone. I was able to clean up my speech over the phone.
Right.
But when people saw me in person, I could see the shift over their face. Like, we're not going to get this fixed today.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because I have to deal with the not only do I have to learn my craft and become an expert at my craft, I also have to be able to withstand their prejudice of me just based on my appearance. And because of my work ethic, I was able to shine anyway and earn their trust and their respect as a professional and a technician. But the working twice as hard, you also have to remember you got to know your audience.
That's right.
And the people that you're dealing with in order to keep your cool in those type of situations.
That's right.
You know, and that's what this whole conversation, all your questions, I was fighting back talking about myself because it's not about me today.
I love it.
It just makes me think about my whole experience in IT and what I had to go through to prove myself, to earn the respect of not only, you know, supervision, but my colleagues and our customers.
That's right. That's right.
It's constant.
To end that, but before we go on, I just want to say how I proved myself. I became in the top 3 people, advertising, marketing, media person in that company. And this is a huge company. I'm not going to call his name, but I became, and the position they wouldn't hire me for in the beginning, I became the first African-American female in that division. They had to, right. They had to give me my props because I made them millions while they paid me 6 figures, right? I made them millions. So they had to advance me because no one was doing it like I was doing it. And that's not a brag or a boast, it's a fact.
No, it's
but
okay to prove
myself. Exactly. I had to prove myself. And I thought about that. I said, man, they don't make me change my name. I'm under scrutiny. I'm doing extra time. I'm missing time out for my family. I'm working on weekends. I'm going hard in the paint, but that's okay because I'm proving this to myself as well. So we still have to do what we have to do, but it's our divine birthright to get ours too.
You made your sacrifice right there.
Exactly. I took care of my family. Exactly. I did it. And that's what made me start a business of my own, even though I've had several businesses, but it really I took what I learned from their establishment and created my own company until they got to the point where they said, Nikki, go ahead and do what you got to do for your business. As long as you get that client. I was like, okay. But they respected me. I owned that place. They would come to me for advice. The managers would come to me for advice. And I'm like, y'all don't pay me enough for this, but okay.
Well, hallelujah.
Yep.
How can underestimated Black professionals build powerful networks that open doors?
They can build, I'm going to say, start with relationships. Build relationships, create relationships before you need them. That is a mantra I live by. One thing about me, I've been able to do certain things because of the relationships. If I don't know you, I have a way of getting to know you. Create those relationships before you need them and be authentic, be genuine, be of value before you ask someone for help. Give back before you ask or have a request for something of your own. Don't have a hidden agenda. You understand what I'm saying? Don't have a hidden agenda. Be of value. Let me give you an example of that. I work with the media. I pitch stories. As a matter of fact, I have 3 major projects I'm working on that's due on Monday. I pitch stories to different media outlets before they even ask me. It has nothing to do with me. I don't even have a client in that space. But if I see a good story or a potential lead for them, I send it to them. And 9 times out of 10, they always use it. So I try to be of value. I try to be of help before they even call on me. Before I pitch them my own stories of my clients, say, hey, Ashley, look at this. I've already presented my value. I've already positioned myself. Positioning is so important to visibility. How you carry yourself, your reputation, the trust that you've built with your audience or with the world or in your industry plays an important part, especially these days. Trust is everything.
Yes.
Trust is everything. People, if they can't depend on you, if you're not a man or a woman of your word, that's not cool. That's not cool. You know, say what you mean and mean what you say, but build those relationships. And if you have to burn a relationship, make sure you're burning that relationship for a good reason. You know, if you have that cutoff game like I have, make sure you vetted everything and the validation is like, okay, I'm disconnecting from you. And here's the other part of that. I have built a business on relationships. People come to me for media help because of the relationships I have. Now, I got to have a good story. It doesn't matter how many reporters I know, producers I know. The story still needs to be good, right? But they will open my email because it's from me and the relationships we have. Not too many people can get someone on TV within 3 hours. I can, and I have. Not too many people can make a phone call to a celebrity and say, hey, I need to negotiate a deal with you. I need you to come down on your rate because my budget ain't feeling that. And they'll do it for me. It's the relationships. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I got carried away with that.
No, I was thinking it's also the quality of human being you are, though. I mean, because a lot of people have relationships, but they may not be seen as somebody that you would want to work with on that level or extend that level of consideration.
Right.
So this, I think it speaks to the kind of person you are and how you show up in those relationships.
Yeah, I here's another story. The other day I was speaking at an event and a lady that I knew who she was. I saw her from across the room. I said, okay, they got some big wigs in the room today, right? So we had a little 15-minute break. She walked across the room. Other people was trying to get her attention. She kind of brushed them off a little bit. She came straight towards me and my girlfriend. We were standing there talking. She says, hey, you're Nikki Curry, aren't you? Now I'm on the program, different hairstyle, I said, yeah, I'm Nikki Curry. And I said, you're Francine. She said, yeah. She said, yeah, I want to talk to you. She said, you've been around for a while. I said, you think so? She said, oh, yeah. And I said, you've been around for a while, too. She said, we both OGs. And when she said that, I was like, okay. But that was respect. She's a politician. She's, a high-level lady, and everyone knows her. But when she said, I had to come speak to you because I need to talk to you. But what it is that we've been at different events before together. We've been together at different events, but she watches my LinkedIn. She says that the things that you write on LinkedIn, they touch my heart and my spirit. And I've had other people to tell me that. I said, I'm writing from my heart, but that's a visibility vehicle I use. A lot of us are underestimated. So that's my people, my tribe, my community are those underestimated leaders. They are movers and shakers. But wait until you find out who they are. Wait, just wait. You can't deny them anymore. They're going to be unignorable.
That's the part that scares me the most.
Really, being seen?
Not necessarily being seen, but being that vulnerable. As far as like when I share my stories, that's the part that scares me the most.
Oh, can I say this to you? And we need to talk afterwards because I can help you. I can share some. And I learned this a long time ago. You don't have to tell all your business. You don't have to tell everything, but transparency builds trust. I'm telling you, I teach my kids that transparency builds trust. Like the stories I'm telling you, the things that the failures, the wins, people are trying to see themselves in you before they hire you, before they call you, before they believe you. They're trying to see themselves in you. That's why the who is important just as much as the why. People always say, know your why, know your why. I believe that. But that why is always attached to the who. You're dealing with human beings, right? You're dealing with people that need you to lead them. They're looking for a reason why they should listen to you. Why should they care about what you're saying? Why should they trust you? You build trust based on your stories. I don't want someone trying to teach me something or sell me something that I can't trust or believe them. If you ain't never been through nothing, you can't really talk to me. you can't really. It's hard for me to relate to you. If you haven't had any failures, I'm not saying stay on the negative. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I like real people. I'm a down to earth person. I'm that leader that will, my words sometimes are like battle cries to my community. Let's go. We can do this. I'm going to lift you up. I'm going to empower you. Someone told me one day, you're the biggest encourager I've ever met. And it took me for a loop. I was like, encourager? Yeah. And I have to be because I am that person that I needed when I was young.
Awesome. That's awesome right there.
So you got me going, Anisha. You got me going today.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for sharing. I love your stories.
Thank you.
For people to connect with you, can you share how people can get in touch with you and to stay in tune with everything that you're doing?
I love it. Yeah. We are doing some revamping right now, but the best way to connect with me, where I'm at every day, and a lot of people hit me up through DMs, all that stuff, is LinkedIn. Real professionals right now, they're having professional conversations on LinkedIn. Now, Facebook and all that stuff is cool. TikTok and the Instagrams and all that stuff is cool. If it's working for you, let it work. But connect with me at Nikki Curry Media on LinkedIn. Then if you want to send me an email, NikkiCurryMedia@gmail.com. 2 Ks in Nikki, 2 R's in Curry. I have a quiz for you. I have an assessment that will help you figure out who you should be showing up as. What's your visibility factor? What makes you known? What makes you attractive? I have an assessment that really works. I have several assessments, but this particular assessment will help you define your superpower. And that will set the tone for how you should be presenting yourself to the world.
All right. Well, that's our time, Ms. Curry. It's been an absolute pleasure. And
Absolutely.
I can't wait to check you out on LinkedIn.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's connect.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
See you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. If it's not available to you, it is $BBXUSA. That's Bravo, X-Ray, Uniform, Sierra, Alpha. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that
have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dionysia. I am your business moderator for the session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be doing a fireside chat with Lacrede to Alston, visibility and media strategist. Lucretia Tu Alston is an autism advocate, entrepreneur, and mentor dedicated to empowering families and business owners. As the founder of the Zoka Autism Center, also known as ZAC LLC in McDonough, Georgia, and a mother of 2 sons with autism, her mission was born from personal experience and a passion to create safe, enriching spaces for children on the spectrum. In addition to her advocacy work, Lucretia mentors entrepreneurs on building profitable online businesses using a unique 2-hour workday system. She's the creator of the Teddy Bear, a business savvy brand mascot, and the visionary behind Mobile Crisis One, an emergency response and family intervention program for autism. With upcoming books and courses on autism, mental health, and spiritual wellness, Lucretia is a voice of strength, strategy, and transformation. I present to you Lucretia Tu Alston.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm doing very well, and yourself?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you please verify that I am pronouncing your name correctly? Because I don't want to butcher it.
Very close, very close. Lucretia.
Lucretia.
Yes.
Both of them pretty. But Lucretia, thank you for correcting me.
Yes, thank you.
All right, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. So let's get into it.
Thank you.
Autism, advocacy, and personal journey. What inspired you to create the Loka? Am I saying it right, or Loka?
The Zoka.
I don't know where L came
That's
from.
okay.
The Zoka Autism Center, and what does Zoka mean to you?
So Zoka is my son. He's my oldest son. Zoka, he's 23 now. But when he was young, when he was 2, we started seeing some of the, the characteristics of autism. We didn't really know what was going on at the time. Autism back then was pretty new. Back 23 years ago, it was a new name. It was like, a hush word. People didn't, know much about it, So when he was born, and I started seeing these characteristics and the traits and, realizing that he was different, my daughter, I have a daughter, she's older, and, looking at her and looking at him, I knew something was different, And so when he was diagnosed with autism at 5 years old, I knew that I had to make things different. So from 5 years old up until now, I've been fighting for a world, for a connection for all of our autism children, to be in a space, to be in a world where they can just be recognized, be understood, be treated like everybody else, So Zoka, to me, that it means sun, beauty, warrior. He's such a fighter. He's been through a lot, and so yes, Zoka means everything to me.
I love that name.
Thank you.
What was your emotional journey when your first son was diagnosed with autism?
Okay. So I was pregnant with my second son when I found out and got the diagnosis that he had autism. So it was very emotional because we had all of the, what do you call it? When you're pregnant, the hormones. We had all the hormones, the raging hormones going on. So, but I have to tell you that the day that I got the diagnosis, I mourned for a moment, because you go through a mourning when you get that diagnosis. You go through a mourning of what you thought things were going to be, and it's not a forever mourning, but you do mourn the loss of what you thought was going to be. So I went through a mourning for a little bit, but I knew that I couldn't spend a lot of time there because I had to get to work. I had to figure out now, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to help him? Right. I knew that I had to move past those emotions and move past those feelings so that I could help my son.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
How did you manage being a parent with your second son while navigating this new diagnosis?
Well, you know, no two children are alike. So my second son was so different from my first son. My first son was very quiet. You know, he was okay being by himself. You know, I had to go make sure he was okay. I had to go look for him, you know, and see that he was okay. But he was always where I left him. You know, he was so quiet. You know, you could give him something, put him down, and he was fine. You know, he was good, you know. When his brother was born, it was a totally different world. When I say all boy, he was all boy. He was standing up at 7 months. He was walking at 9 months and jumping off the stairs at 11 months. So I was the oldest.
Right.
Yeah. The oldest was easier to, you know, work with because he was my easy child. He came quickly, no nonsense, you know. He induced at 7 a.m. and he was here by 1 p.m., where his brother was induced at 7 a.m. and he didn't get there till 7:14 in the evening. So 12 hours, a little over 12 hours. So they're so different. They were so different. And the youngest one he didn't want to be cuddled. He didn't want to be held, you know. He wanted to just explore, and he did a lot of exploring. You know, we'd walk around the house and find milk stains on everything because he'd take his milk bottle and dump it upside down and dump it on everything. It was just like, you know, a totally different world than from my oldest son.
Right.
But the love that they both gave was just amazing. And the world with the two of them was just incredible. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
That's awesome. You say guilt serves no purpose. How do you help parents release that guilt?
Now that's a tough one because I went through a little bit of that guilt. You wonder if you did something wrong. You wonder if, you know, you wonder what you ate or what you did, what you know, if you didn't eat enough, if you know, just a whole lot of things. You know, I still to this day run things in my mind, you know, because you really don't know, you know, but guilt can wear you down. It can wear you down. It could wear you out. It can tear you up. And if you spend too much time on it, you miss out on everything else. I mean, if you spend time on that guilt, you miss out on everything else that's there, you know, and you can replace that guilt with so much, you know. So I talk to parents, you know, when they tell me, you know, I feel bad, and I explain to them, you know, it's okay to feel guilty. It's natural to feel guilty at first. Just don't stay there. You know, you can't pretend that the guilt is not there. It's there, you know, but just don't stay in that guilt. You know, replace it, you know, meet that child on their level, you know, and love them where they're at, you know, because it is what it is. We're here now. It is what it is, you know, so meet them on their level, you know, and just be as authentic with them as you can, because let me tell you, children with autism, they're very authentic. There's nothing phony about them. There's nothing, you know, false or phony or fake about them. So meet them on their level and be authentic with them. You know, you're going to make mistakes. You know, you're going to, you know, think the wrong thing. You might say the wrong thing at first because it's new, you know, but it's okay. Take the journey, explore the journey, be authentic, and be okay with this journey because it's here. You're in it, you know.
Also, and I hope this doesn't sound out of place, but there's a world that we see for our kids when we're pregnant with them.
Absolutely.
But then when they get here, we get up, we feel down on ourselves because we haven't accomplished what we were supposed to accomplish. We're not earning what we were supposed to be earning. We don't have the things that we want to give them. And what we fail to realize is they only know the world as it is.
Yes.
And to them, nothing is wrong with it. It just is.
Exactly.
And they love you in that. Like wherever it was that they found you, they love you anyway.
Exactly. And that's the beauty of it. And that's the beauty of autism. You look at a child with autism, they're not looking for anything special or anything grand. They're just looking for you and your love and your acceptance of them, your inclusion, your awareness of who they are and who they're going to be. You know, once you get that diagnosis, let that child be who they are. Changing them, trying to make them something that they're not. I hear a lot of people say, things like, we have stuff that they can take and to help with their autism and then they won't be autistic. I've heard that a couple of times. I've even heard people say to me when I said my boys were autistic, "Oh, I'm sorry." There's nothing to be sorry about.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be sorry. And autism is not, and I might sound crazy to some people, but autism is not something to fix. Not in my book. Autism is not something to fix. Now, helping a child learn how to navigate through this world, how to communicate and make their feelings known appropriately, that's what we're here to help them do. But we're not here to fix them or change them or make them anything other than who they are.
I love that. Can you explain what it means to hear through the silence?
Yes. So many of our children with autism are nonverbal. And when we work with them, a lot of times, I have to tell people when they talk to my son, now he is verbal, but a lot of times it takes him a moment to get his thought across. And I have to tell people, give him a moment, give him a minute. He'll speak when he's ready. It takes him a moment to process. Also, a child that's silent doesn't mean that they can't communicate. A child that's silent can speak to you in a number of ways. So we have to figure out how to understand what that silence means. Learn to read gestures, learn to read body language, learn to read cries, learn to read pulling back and, walking away, learn to read, a dropped face or, a child that is nonverbal is going to use so many different ways to communicate.
Right.
And if you're just looking for verbal communication or auditory responses, you miss so much. So we have to look for, the sighs and the cries and the giggles and the smiles and the, just watch for all of it because there's so much that's wrapped up in that world. And if you're looking for just one way of communicating with that child, you're going to miss it.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question, and for some of our listeners, they may feel like you've already answered it, but I see it differently. Why is communication beyond words so important for children with autism? Now, the answer that you gave to the last question, for me, that answered the question for someone who is not very familiar with children with autism or working with children with autism.
Okay.
This question seems to speak from the perspective of the child. Am I interpreting it correctly?
Yes. We want to make sure that each child is understood. We want to make sure, give them the opportunity, use communication devices. I have a lot of parents, that say, oh, he's acting out a lot and he's having a lot of aggressive moments. And I'll say, well, do you have a communication device for them? And they'll say, well, no. And I'll say, well, that's where we can start. Because imagine if you were trying to tell me that someone kicked you in the back or snatched something from you, or that you didn't get to finish your food, that you're hungry, or that your stomach hurts. Imagine that you were trying to tell me that and I couldn't understand because you couldn't say the words. Right. So we have to make sure that each child has the ability to express themselves. So there are different communication devices, auditory communication devices. There are pictorial communication devices. Find something that meets your child's needs, meets your child's level of communication and identification. We can identify what they need by, exploring different things with them. So place a communication device in front of them, and explore it with them and show them how to use it, and then watch them point to the different pictures, add a friendly voice on that communication device, create pictures, create a board, a picture board, create picture stories for them, stories that explain what's going to happen next, what they're going to do next, where they're going, that help them say, I'm hungry, I had too much, enough, I want more, I had enough. There are ways to help them communicate with us.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for explaining that. And my next question for you was going to be, what's an example of a communication device? And I appreciate that you answered that already. I started forming pictures of what that might look like. Sure. What do you believe are the most misunderstood aspects of autism?
Oh, wow. I hear a lot of people say, he doesn't look like he has autism. Autism doesn't have a look.
Yeah.
Autism doesn't have a look. So if you're looking for something in particular, you'll miss it. There's so many ways to miss, the experience, because you're looking for something in particular. You're looking for something that you either heard somebody say or that you misunderstood. So ask questions. There are a lot of children that are very communicative. There are children, adults, that can speak and that can tell you, I have 2 boys with autism and they're very night and day. One is, you would never know that he had autism. You would never know it until you were with him and, you started talking to him, because he is very monotone. So when he speaks, he doesn't, his voice level doesn't go up and down. He doesn't show excitement, but he has autism, and I've had people tell me, why don't you stop saying that he has autism? Because to you, it doesn't look like he has it. So you're embarrassed or you're bothered because the word autism is a stigma that you feel I'm placing on him, and it doesn't need to be there. Yeah. So, autism doesn't have a look. My oldest son doesn't look like he has autism. Autism doesn't have a look. It just doesn't. Another common misconception is, I hear people say, oh, well, I was worried because I wasn't sure how they'd act, but they're really smart. Autism the word autism carries so many meanings for so many different people, but it is clearly just mostly it's a communication, the inability to communicate, on a level like everyone else, but as far as I'm concerned, children with autism, individuals with autism are more capable in so many things, more capable than your typical person. They're just, and maybe it's because I have two boys with autism, but I mean, they're fantastic. They're phenomenal. When I tell you I wouldn't change the journey, I wouldn't change the journey at all. I've learned so much from these young men, I promise you.
Okay. What are some small everyday things families can do to support their children's independence?
Just let them teach them from young, teach them from little. My daughter was the oldest sister, so she was mom, when I wasn't around, and I'd have to walk behind her and say, nope, don't do that. Let them do it. Nope. She wanted to tie their shoes and help them pull up their pants and help them put their jacket on. But it was very important to my husband and I to make sure that they were independent. So both my boys, what's funny? When my oldest son was in school, they had a hard time because he couldn't communicate the way they wanted him to, and because he had a lot of what we call, I don't know why the word is gone from me at the moment, but it'll come back. But it was hard for them to work with him in school, not because he was a bad child or because he was hard to work with, but they didn't want to spend the time to figure out how to reach him. Yeah. So they wanted me to take him out of school and put him in a school that people were doing everything for him, that, and so at first I fell for it. Okay, all right, that's what I have to do. I took him out. I took him to the center that I worked at, and it was a center for children with intellectual disabilities. I took him there. They interviewed me. They worked with him. They watched him, and they said, based off of everything that you told us, there is nothing that we can do for him because he can take care of himself. There's nothing that we have to do for him. And right. That's when I realized my husband and I did our job. We did what we were supposed to, because we made sure that they could cook for themselves. Both my boys can cook for themselves. They can wash their own clothes. They can clean. They can do all of those things. The only thing that we're concerned for my oldest son is because he's not aware yet of not answering the door. When he hears the doorbell or hears a knock on the door, he will answer it. And so we have cameras up outside the house, and, just to make sure that we can see if we're not home when somebody comes up to the door. Right. Other than that, very self-sufficient, both of them. My youngest son can live on his own. My oldest son will live with us, but we let him he fixes his own dinner. He fixes his breakfast. He prepares his own medicine. We want them to be as independent as possible. And so for me, that is important. Just teach them like you teach everybody else. Teach them, allow them to be, and teach them, and let them be, and then watch them soar. My oldest son can do everything that his younger brother can do.
But sounds like a number two that's vitally important to number one is patience.
Yes.
Sounds like that was the missing element in his previous school is
yes,
patience to give him time and the room to do what he knew how to do for himself.
Yes. And also, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead.
But also, in a classroom, every teacher that is special ed is not special ed autism. Mm-hmm. And that's where you get the breakdown. I hear a lot of teachers say, well, I have a teacher in the classroom and they're special ed, but do they know autism? Have they worked with children with autism? Special ed does not mean autism, that they know autism, or that it covers everything, you know? So if you've not worked with a child with autism and you're having a hard time and you're a special ed teacher, then you need to take a class in autism. You need a boot camp. You need my boot camp system. You need my superpower series. I have a superpower series. I created a series for teachers and for parents to help in the classroom, to help at home.
Yeah.
I've created a series because, again, just because you hear the word autism and you see it doesn't mean you understand. It doesn't mean you know. And so when you're in a classroom and you have a child that's acting out, a lot of children get punished, or, you see a lot of instances and a lot of stories where teachers are abusing children with autism, and it's because they're misunderstood, because they don't know how to communicate. And if you don't take the time to learn to communicate with a child, if you don't take the time to understand what they need, everyone is going to be frustrated. Everyone will lose something, So my self-help book for teachers and parents will explain, how to, talk to a child and, understand what they need, how to communicate, read between the lines, read past the silence,
Right.
offer the communication devices, make sure that you help them communicate their needs and their feelings and their wants. And that's very important.
I can't help but to ask. Have you been pitching this to the Board of Education, or like going to schools directly to see if maybe they can make the request, like the school can make the request on your behalf? Like,
that is my next step. I'm not sure how to get it done, but I will get it done. That is my next step, because it's incredibly important. And that's why I did it. That's why I created it, because I've worked with children. I worked with a child that came home with scratches, and the teachers can't tell you what happened, and that's unacceptable. To be in a classroom with a child, there should be cameras, and have a therapeutic staff support, or intervention support specialist in the classroom. I'm not talking about a special ed person or another person that's in the class. I'm talking about somebody that is there to work with that child with autism. Sometimes there's only one child in the classroom with autism.
Right.
Let that person work with that child, so
Right.
that child doesn't miss out, and that the teacher can focus on the rest of the students. There is a way for everybody to win.
Right. I remember times when my son was going through it. He was almost suicidal. And I had to, like, it's heartbreaking to hear a 7-year-old say, maybe everybody would be happier if I was just dead.
Oh my God.
And I mean, I'm not going to take up your time. There was a lot going on, but there were 2 people in the classroom, because he had an IEP. There were 2 people in the classroom. There were 2 people everywhere he went. And when things went down, nobody knew what happened, when it happened, how it happened. And the adults are getting their stories from the children. Nobody's doing any type of investigation.
Wow.
It ultimately led to me bringing my child home. So he's been homeschooled since the 4th grade.
Wow.
And that's a huge blessing, because all I could think about, I hear in the news how many parents come home and find their children in their room or in the bathroom, like they've hurt themselves. And all I knew was I did not want that to be my baby.
Yes.
And I've had to make some sacrifices in my career, but my baby was worth more than my job to me. Like, I can always find ways to make money, but that's my baby boy.
Yes. Yes.
And then I had to ask myself, like, And I know for some parents, like they cannot help it, and I get that. Like that, it is what it is. But I had to thank God.
Yes.
That I was in a place where I could make that decision.
Yes.
Even though I didn't know how I was going to do it. I didn't know what changes I was going to have to make. I just knew I couldn't lose my baby that way.
Yes.
And I couldn't keep giving my baby to these people that's hurting him and calling it school or childcare or after school. Like something just had to be done. And I just trusted God that he was going to make a way.
Yes. Yes.
To bring it together. So I love what you're doing, and what, like, the schools, the children, everybody needs this. The parents.
Yes.
The parents need this. And I really hope that you can get this, get your programs disseminated on a much broader scale.
Yes.
Public school, private school, charter schools, all of that. I hope that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna get back on task, but
I understand.
How do you practice self-care while balancing motherhood, advocacy, and entrepreneurship?
That's a big one. I have a lot of things that I like to do, but my newest found love is sitting on my back porch by myself with my AirPod in my ear, listening to very calming, relaxing music while watching the birds and just breathing in the air. And I stay there for about 30 minutes. I do my meditating. I do my mindfulness out there. It's very important to center yourself because there's a lot going on in the world, in the home, outside the home, and it's so important to be able to take care of yourself and find that time. And I didn't always, I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd take care of the family, and then I'd go to bed, and I'd get up, but I do the same thing all over again, and I started, just taking that time for me, mindfulness is very important. Meditation is very important, and just trusting in my divine self, and just finding that oneness and that peace within myself, because peace starts within, and that's how it's spread outside. And so if you're not peaceful inside, you can't give peace, you can't share peace if you don't have it within you. So I like to start my day, with my daily affirmations, and then I go out and I sit on the back porch and I just take it all in, spend time with myself, my divinity, and then I just get to work.
Okay, so that leads to, what advice do you give caregivers who feel guilty for taking that time to themselves?
Don't feel guilty. Don't. If you would take that time, if you didn't have a child with a special need, you need that time. You need that time, period. That's all it is. So, you have to find that time. You have to find that balance. What good is it if you work yourself to a place where it is so hard for you to come back that you end up needing help, and you end up broken and down? My mother used to always say, get up, feed yourself first, fix something for yourself first, then take care of your babies. Because if you take care of your babies first and you don't eat, you don't drink a cup of tea, you don't eat a piece of toast, you will pass out. And years later, she was right, because I'm a diabetic, type 2 diabetic, but I passed out when my daughter was 2 years old and my first son was about 6 months, I actually passed out because I didn't eat. So you have to. You have to. And I say that to mothers all the time. And so are you telling me that you would rather just work until you can't anymore? Then who's going to take care of your children?
Right.
You have to take care of yourself. I know that I hear people say, oh no, when my babies, when they're resting or they're sleeping, I start cleaning up. It's don't. It'll get done.
Yeah.
Lay down, take a nap with them.
Give yourself some
Rest
grace.
with them. Yeah. But, even with our children that are older, you have to you still have to find that time. You have to find that balance because it's important. You have to find that balance.
Even when they get big, they need you.
Even when they get big, they need me.
They need you.
When they get big.
They get self-sufficient and it's like, okay, well, you good. Now I can go back to the hustle.
Yeah, they
miss you.
They still need you.
I call it putting my mask on first.
Yes,
and
exactly.
It's a reminder to me that I can't give anybody what I don't have. So I gotta fill my cup. Gotta fill my cup so that I can pour into somebody else's cup.
Absolutely.
That's how I look at it. But I like how you put it plainly, just period. You got to do it.
You got to do it.
Put it on the calendar, put it on the clock. You got to do it. Figure it out.
Either in the morning, at night, find some time in the middle of the day, but do it.
Yeah. You got to pour into yourself. So you've talked a lot about the parenting aspect and the teachers. What role does community and support play in managing mental health?
So I had an experience in November with my oldest son. What I learned is that, we hear a lot about meltdowns. Children with autism have these meltdowns. They have meltdowns. What I learned is that these meltdowns end up becoming breakdowns, mental health breakdowns. And so we have to pay attention to that. I prided myself on my boys not having to need medicine all their lives. My oldest son was 23 before we started medicating him. But it got to the point where in November, he had such a huge mental health crisis that we couldn't ignore it anymore, and so I had to look to the community for help. I had to, and we can't be afraid, or we can't, feel like, I can do it, and that's what I was doing. I can do it. I've managed it all this time. It's okay. He's good. We've kept him. He's never had to be hospitalized, but it got to the point, it had gotten so bad that I had to call for help. And, the community is there for a reason, so reach out to mental health, reach out to the organizations that are there to answer the questions that we have, to provide the medication when our words don't work anymore. I created a lock and love method. I call it a lock and love method. And so, when my son used to have these mental health crises, I would put my arms around him and I would lock my arms around him and I would hold him and I would suppress his central nervous system and I would just hold him and I would rock back and forth and I would tell him I love him and I just whisper in his ear, and that calmed him down, and it worked for a while. But we have to understand that sometimes those episodes need just a little bit more, and they were getting longer. The episodes were getting longer, and they were, I'm not sure what happened, but are we still together? Hello? Okay.
All right. Get it right. Miss LaCrady.
LaCrady, yes.
Miss LaCrady, thank you so much for joining us today. I thank you for your time and everything that you shared. If someone wants to learn more about your programs and the book that you're writing, can you share with us where they can connect with you?
Yes. We have our website, www.zac-llc.org. I also, you could email me at info@zac-llc.org. I'm on Facebook, LaCrady to Alston. I am on Instagram at the Zac Inc. And I am also on, I think, Twitter.
Okay, you still be tweeting? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure having you and learning
Thank you.
More about autism from the perspective of the parent and the child.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here. Thank you.
All right.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention? And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Fairview Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black man owned it, the Regal Theater, black man owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class, and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car, and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. the colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090